$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Messenger of Covenant, Breaker 7 Seals. This is somewhat of a redux from yesterday, brothers and sisters. That was a very important message. All of them are important. I noticed the sound wasn't as clear as I would like it to have been. And it was clear on my end, but somehow when you get through YouTube, it seems like it's getting muddled. So we'll see if we can do something about that today. So it's going to be some of a recap of yesterday. It's very important that you understand this if you're seeking to understand, survive what's coming. Now that broadcast today, December 7th, was total BS. And they what they call it, they ripped off a few of my, a lot of my statements of last week. So I said, I know they're paying attention, and they know about this $5,000. They don't address it. So the way that they're trying to respond to it is by overwhelming the internet with all kinds of bullshit. I mean, I have to say where it is. All of a sudden, everybody's out there, right? Got something to say about Elijah or the messenger or fire or whatever. So much out there. So it looks like I'm just some more bullshit along with their bullshit. But it doesn't work, but it's kind of stupid. It's like, that story about an ostrich. They say when like the lion comes or the bear or whatever chases the ostrich sticks his head in the sand. That's kind of stupid, isn't it? Because it ain't the head that the lion wants, it's the ass, and that's what's sticking out. That's what's sticking out. And these clowns, I wonder, you have to ask yourself, do they have any idea what's going to happen to them when the truth overcomes them? Well, the truth is growing. If it wasn't growing, they wouldn't be resisting. All this effort is to resist the truth. That means it's affecting them. They're responding to it. And that's their nature response. But it's like, you see, I'm trying to prevent this. I'm going to prevent the spring from coming in. Well, yeah, you can argue about it. You can, change the calendar and you can do all that stuff. But you can't stop spring from coming in. So it's really a wasted effort. A new age is coming in. A new season is coming in. There's not a damn thing they can do to stop it. Nothing. Even if they got rid of me, they couldn't stop it. No more than they can stop tomorrow coming. That's how stupid they are. But they always try. So, we know it's going to be resistance. So they decided to go along with the resistance. No skin off my back because this truth will prevail because it's It's totally in sync with the universal process. If you there in February announcing spring and it's really cold, spring is coming next month. It's going to warm up in a few more days. That's you announcing. They said, shut him up, kill him. Is that going to stop the spring from coming in? And that's what tell you, there's a story in there about, what's his name? I can't think of his name offhand. Anyway, he was teaching and they put their fingers in ears and everything. I mean, how does that stop anything? So how stupid they are. But then again, if you win a person, you have no choice, do you? You only ever, you going unless you just want to die, then the only thing you have at the end, as the signs of spring starts showing, is try to confuse people as to what's happening. But you can't stop it. Right? Nothing you can do to stop it. They haven't stopped this truth. Everything is on time. Everything is exactly as it's supposed to be. It's just at what point would be the boiling point? That's the crucial question. That's the question Jonah had with the God. We know it's going to be a boiling point, and we know we're close to it. We just don't know exactly if it's going to be a minute from now, 2 minutes from now, a day from now. It's going to be within the next week. So here we are. So that's why I said, why do nations imagine a vain thing? So anyway, let me move on, brothers and sisters. I look at them and I just laugh. He used a lot of themes. He mentioned a lot of themes that I've been talking all last week. But they have no solution, see. And the only possible solution there is to leave here for us. There's no other solution. See? And they talk all around it. And I know those clowns over there, like stupid Daniel and what's his name? Daniel and what's the other? Jeffrey, what his name is? We know Ishmael is totally out of it. They may be demons. The thing is, they're getting bread and butter from Farrakhan. So even if they say it, they can't say it because they lose their prestige and their income, possibly. It doesn't matter. That's their problem. But there will be no excuses. The chaff must be separated from the wheat. That's what the Son of Man must do. He's doing it. You see, Farrakhan, it says he would consume Farrakhan with the spirit of his mouth and destroy him with the brightness of his coming. And if you watch the end of the so-called broadcast today, that place was empty. It was empty. They had to fill it up with all kinds of children and stuff from some kind of thing they did, but it was empty. They said, okay, if the place was full like it was when Elijah was there, I was there between 70 and 75. When they first opened up that temple, what they call a mosque now. Excuse me. And the place was always packed, even when the messenger only showed up during theology time. But during the regular meetings on Wednesdays and Fridays and Sundays, that place was always full. I used to be on security and someone had to do search and he'd be busy because the place was always full and most of the times stand room only, people up in the balconies, sometimes people outside. That's even when the messenger wasn't there. When Minister Yusuf Shah was the minister. Okay? So say for instance, they were guests in like they did today during that time. Okay, then the place will be more packed because you see the guests, but all the other seats will be full. People standing in the aisles and people be outside. You see? But they didn't have a place full, even with the people that came in. So where was their people at? Where was their people at? If those people hadn't showed up at that meeting today, it wouldn't have been no money in those seats. There's a few sisters up in the front row. They're drying up. See, part of the problem is that this message is getting out there, but you got these fools out there. They've been some being paid, some just outright stupid, like that so-called son of man. That boy is totally retarded. He had no idea what's about to happen to him. They confusing the issue out there. Confused now. It says our people are lost for lack of knowledge. That means, why lack of knowledge? Not because I'm not giving it. Because these people are distorted. They're making false claims. They're confusing the people. So if they wasn't out there, it'd be just, the decision would be clear cut. Farrakhan or the Messenger of the Covenant. That would be clear cut. Clear cut. But it ain't. Always kind of hey, I'm the one. That's exactly what the FBI said they wanted. They said they either want to control the Nation of Islam or destroy it. So if it's there, that means they control it. And they said they wanted to identify people they could take and cause all these distractions. We have the tape. And they say bureau deletions mean they didn't want to tell you what the names of the people. They had the names here. When they say bureau deletions, that means they don't want to reveal the names that they have. They said, and they said they didn't want to reveal the name of the person that they got to take control of the NOI. So they wouldn't have, say, bureau deletion if they didn't exist. But that's what's going on. But it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Okay? There's no more, it won't no more work than if you put water in a pot, a large pot, and put fire under it, turn it up full blaze, right? Then sit there and hope it won't boil. It's going to boil. Nothing you can do to stop from boiling unless you turn that fire off. If you can't turn that fire off and you can't move the pot from the fire, it's going to boil, period. There's nothing you can do. And that's what's happening. Once you understand the nature of how things work, right? Pressure, like, we get a pressure wave. Some people say what they call a pressure blast. Well, that, like I say, they have a female perspective. I prefer wave, but blast at work. I was talking to my wife about that this morning. We have two different perspectives, and we have done this. They'll see it one way, and we'll see it another way, and we have the universe. Our combined perspective tells the real true nature of the universe. The universe is not defined on one perspective, because initially, those both perspectives in one being. The universe was designed on both perspectives. So if you walk around one perspective, you half-ass, and you don't know what the hell you're doing. So we have to unlearn all this sexism and all that kind of stuff, unlearn it. Because that wasn't the case before we came here. So like I say, I prefer energy wave, but energy blast, it's correct. But anyway, we receive an energy wave approximately 50 years. It's like turning up the heat on a pot. And so the heat keeps turning up, the heat up, it's going to boil. And so if you got a steel ball in that pot, you got an egg in there, what do you think is going to happen? The egg is not going to survive that. The steel ball will. It'll get hot, but we'll survive it. And that's what we're dealing with. The devils, they cannot survive this level of heat, this level of pressure. That's why they're doing what they're doing. That's things I'm going to try to attempt to discuss today. Why you see things happening as they're happening, because they're losing control. They're losing power because they do not have the discipline to maintain this level of control, this level of pressure. They was designed to say, they was creating haste. So you don't understand what they mean by that. They was creating haste. That means they're not stable, for one. And it was creating in a low pressure situation. So now as the pressure increasing, they cannot survive it. Let me move on, brothers and sisters. But again, Why don't they step forward? It's there. I keep publishing. I put on all their sites. I comment. They don't do it because they cannot do it. That's why they don't do it. I mean, if you're listening, don't you want that $5,000? If you believe that Farrakhan is the man, then why don't you collect? That should be easy. Collect the five. It's a win-win situation for you. Because if I don't pay up, then you can expose me as a fraud. Now, if you pay up, you're 5,000 richer, and you shut me up. Because I'm the only voice out there that's tormenting Mr. Lion, Dog, Son of a Devil, Farrakhan. As it said, stop tormenting me, Legion, Louis Eugene Brown, and right backwards. He's at the end of his rope. That's why his premier mosque theater, whatever he calls over there, Mosque Miriam, Temple number 2, it used to be Temple number 2, so I won't call it, because I don't even want to associate it with what Elijah Muhammad had. It's vacant. That's the even these jackalade preachers, they have more meat, they'd have more people there on Sunday than those guys on. And Farrakhan probably the man. He's universally accepted. Everybody knows him, man. Everybody loves Farrakhan. He's the man. He's a top star. He stands for the black nation. Really? He called it Million Man March was a lie. But 99.99% of people there wasn't with him, and they went back to their preachers afterwards. And all the things he claimed have accomplished on the so-called Million Man farce. But why is he saying? Why is he still talking about it? We're supposed to be good citizens after that. We're going to stop kissing and pimping and passing wind. We're going to stop doing all that stuff, right? Stop brushing our teeth. Stop wiping our ass. Who's going to start doing that stuff, right? That's what he said. Raise your hand. So I'm going to stop doing that. I'm going to stop, right? I'm going to start wiping my ass. I'm going to start brushing my teeth. I'm going to start passing gas. And now they pass more gas than ever. They don't brush their teeth. They don't wipe their ass. So what you accomplish, Farrakhan? such a, oh, and they don't understand. You understand what judgment is? Why is only talking about one judgment? Because that's the judgment between this season and the next season. And it's the time of consequence, full consequence, unadulterated consequence. It says even the Adam's way would be judged. That means it's total judgment. So why is it? Because actually consequence happens immediately all the time. So then why is the point of a judgment then? Like it says those who wish to live 1,000 years or whatever. It says even if they live 1,000, it will not delay their punishment, because consequence is immediate. So why is it? Why is it a judgment day then? Because it was dammed up. See, as gods, we can dam up consequence. We can't stop it. We can't stop. You cannot stop consequence. Every action has equal reaction. You cannot stop it, but you can dam it up. And for instance, if you punch me in the face, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, right? You punch me in the face. If I don't retaliate, then you didn't get a reaction to your action. So I let you punch me in the face. I don't do anything. I'll let you punch me in the face again tomorrow. I don't do anything. So what if remember, I'm just damming it up. So what if I do that and that goes for a year? After a year, you punch me in the face 365 times. So if you say it's 10 pounds of force per punch, that's 3,650 pounds of force that's stored up in me. Now, what if I hit you one time? That's the consequence. I dammed it up. Can you survive that punch? You see, that's what has happened. That's why it says Babylon, all Babylon was doing, their destruction would come in one day. But at the same time, that's when the nation is born today. So there's a connection between the two. There's an obvious connection between the two. Why? Because consequence, in other words, if you storing all that up, only way you can be whole is you have to release it. And we got a lot. We've been beat and raped and everything. All that stuff is built up. Mess song, a thin line between love and hate. She has built that stuff up until one day she exploded. That's why I told Pharaoh, let my people go. They're about to explode in your house. So that stuff didn't go away. They said, oh, forgive. See, that's that line stuff they tell about Christianity. They can kiss my ass for that dumbass Christianity shit. It's bullshit. See? It's designed to keep you in submission under their thumb. But they didn't know they was fueling a sleep bomb. Because their idea is or just forgive. That's not what forgiveness is. That's not what forgiveness is. You're still going the forgiveness. I'm getting sidetracked, brothers and sisters. That's not what it is. So they tell you, but all he was doing was damming up. Because the condition we are right now is evidence of the damming up of all of what they've been doing to us for the last 40 years. So you see, our condition is a result of what they've been doing to us. We're just Farrakhan's result of our stupidity. We're wicked. We're evil. Okay. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Hope I'm coming across a little clearer. Maybe they distorted it again. Let me do a sound check and see if it's a little better. Always sounds better, but then once I review it on YouTube, something else happens. Maybe it's just me. See, here's the mouth. Now, if they understood the scripture, understood Daniel, they would know that the mouth would make war with the saints. They claimed they're the saints. And were overcome for 42 years. 40 plus years, I say. I might be saying that wrong. I know it's 40 plus years. He would make war with them and overcome them with his mouth. So they see that they believe in part of the book and discipline others. We're going to talk about that in a minute. Mouth. So if that's the case, that means if it hasn't happened, that means they got 40 plus years of bad road ahead. They claim this is it. That means if it hasn't happened, it means it's going to happen. If it's not going to happen, it has happened. So when did it happen? It happened with Elijah? No. It happened with Master Muhammad? No. So it must be happening now. Let's move on, brothers and sisters.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
They're obviously guilty of that. And we could prove it easily. I could prove it easily. I'm going to prove it. So why is all this confusion going on? See, anytime you grow, the fundamental principle of the universe can't be destroyed, converted, distorted by anybody, no God, no angel. Every action has an opposite equal reaction. That's a fundamental law of the universe. It cannot be circumscribed. Right? It cannot be destroyed, distorted. That's a fundamental law. It doesn't change. Everything is based on that law. Everything is based on that law. Everything. And then no God created the universe. No one created the universe. Jesus has always been, always will be. That's why the God told Moses, I am that I am. He couldn't explain it himself. He said, I am that I am. I am, I am. That's the only thing we can say. The universe has always been here, always will be here. We can't stop it. We didn't start it. We are the universe. We're the consciousness of the universe. We've always been here. The original beings, I said original beings, because the male and female are the original beings. And then the original man came and pulled a female out of him. One day, oh, I got a female inside of me, don't pull her out. Come on. Original being has always been here, always will be here. It cannot stop it. You know, you get a headache, you think about it, right? You cannot stop it. We cannot stop it. We didn't start it. It's always been here. You can't imagine that. It's beyond human comprehension. It's beyond any comprehension. Because we cannot comprehend the finite only from a basic understanding of the fact that it exists. It didn't just come out of nowhere. It just exists. Period. It just exists. And there's this, it's action. It's action. Every action has to have opposite reaction. Otherwise, it's not even action, is it? But how would you know it's the wind was blowing? Let me move on. I'm getting distracted again. So they're in for a most grievous chastisement. They know it. If they're demons, it doesn't matter. We know it or not, right? It's going to happen. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Here we go. I have to be very careful because I tend to get motivated and start talking fast and can't, and you think after 35 years, right? I guess you can't teach old dog new tricks. And think of it, I'll be 77 next month. We're going home, brothers and sisters, whether they like it or not. Whether you like it or not now, if you don't like it, you ain't going. You don't want to go, that's your business. Nobody's going to make you. If you want to go home, you're doing what you need, you found the information you're given, you're going home. It's just simple as that. You don't have to pay for it. It says a free gift. You don't have to send me any money. The so-called son of man fool or son of money. Well, why didn't he send you money? You're God, ain't you? Why do I got to send you some money? That's why Muhammad didn't ask anybody for any money. He told Elijah to take the money, but not for himself. He said, take the money and show him how to use it properly. Show him how to use the money, and that's what he did. He invested back in the people. When Elijah left, all the money that was in the nation's name, not his name. He didn't leave here with a pocket full of money like Farrakhan, who's a multimillionaire. So was his dumbass son. His Stephen dumbass son. You understand? So he told to take, and that's what he did. So we had apartment buildings. So he had a whole complex. I lived in one of them. He had a very nice house. I was forming Mama's newspaper. If I recall, during those days, I was making like $100 a week. He had a brand new car. Granada, when they first came out. Got to the Nation's Bank. Except it was a format, night format Mama Speak newspaper. I was in my 20s at the time. See, when he met 74, because I was 25. So I was a former Mama Speak newspaper, I think, when I was 24, something like that. Elijah departed, I was 26. Shopped at the nation's businesses, so forth, so on. Had virtually no contract with devils. And I still, on top of that, I still did security duty. I also sold 300 papers a week like everyone else. Otherwise, I threw your ass out of there. I was happy to do it because I saw the benefits. So he didn't take our money. He didn't ask for money. In fact, if you look at his so-called last Savior's Day, he gave away all his books and stuff. He said, just give it to the people. And that place was packed. There had been at least a few thousand, 10, 20,000 people up in that arena. But Farrakhan, oh, give me some money. What you doing with it, Farrakhan? You put in your pocket. That's the only thing you fattening. Your pocketbook. That's why you curse with a curse for robbing a nation. He hasn't built a damn time. He rebuilt a nation. No, I was there. You built nothing. Damn liar. Here we go, brothers and sisters. We have to. You really want to go to the bathroom on this one, brothers and sisters? I tell you, you're sick. It's sick as that. Which it is. That it's like a that they run a race over there. They're called Jeffrey and Daniel and Ishmael. See who's the dumbest. They're all winning. They're all winning.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flavor as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color.
Yeah.
It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground in unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family. Let's stay a family, be a family, and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. I had to do that. We love you. Go ahead. One more time, brother.
That goes against everything Elijah Muhammad taught, what Master Muhammad taught. It goes against all of it. There's no way they can justify that because they're all lying over there. Aside from that, well, just look what the Quran says. They said the Quran is infallible. Well, what the Quran says. They not take Jews and Christians for friends and protect us. Not only they lying, because they take it, say they are brothers. And that's clearly a Christian. So if you don't want to say, well, they ain't talking about devils, well, he's obviously a Christian and he just said that, didn't he? He's a Christian, one of those Catholic priests. So why are you taking him as a brother? And if you take a little step further, why is the house of Saud, why are they using it? Depend on America for their protection. Yet we got Allah. We got the Quran. We got prayer beads, and we do 5 prayers a day. It doesn't matter that our women and our children, our sisters, and our wives are being raped and beat over there in Gaza. It don't matter. Because protect us. And they're Christians. See? It's all bullshit. We fear no one but Allah. All this shit is going away, bro. The spring is coming. All this shit you see right now, all that crap is winter stuff. When spring comes, there's no trace of winter left. All this confusion, all these lies, all this terror, it's on the way out. The question is, the only question at this point is just exactly when. It's not a question of if. It's not even a question of big F, it's a question of when, because we know it's within a certain period of time. It's like, when, like if you're waiting for the spring to come in, you say, what day is it going to start getting warm? Well, it could be a late spring, it could be a early spring, but spring is coming. So maybe it start getting warm in beginning of March. Maybe it might be late March, but still, it's going to be in March. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. We fear nobody but Allah. But little mousy bosses over there, I got atomic bombs. You think anything the Quran says, fear atomic bomb, there's no weapon. Did they come with prevail against you? Oh, he didn't know about atomic bombs. I'm going to that too. Because the lesson tells you, these folks don't know that stuff because they're all ignorant and they're going to pay a heavy price. But there's a lesson right there in the problem book that tells you that Master Muhammad knew about atomic bombs before these people had any knowledge of whatsoever. It goes something like this. It says, Mr. Shree, I give it the name they call it. It's the science. He split a cracked atom into like 10 million parts. Remember, this was in the 30s. They had never cracked that. There was no atomic research. I think there was some kind of research going on in Germany, but nothing like this. You go into the movies, the most powerful weapon they had was death rays. Flash Gordon movies, that kind of stuff. That was back then. I know about the movies. Nothing about atomic energy. Nothing about atomic bombs. No idea about it. Wasn't even on the radar. He's talking about splitting an atom into 10 million parts. Then he says, this is the crucial part. How much does a cracked atom weigh? See, that's the crucial part. These dummies don't know shit. The weight and force is identical. They're the same thing. It's just when you say, we're talking about walking around, on the floor. When you're talking about in terms of gravity, you just call it weight. It's like, it's like you call a Negro and black. Negro in Spanish is black. So it's just the same thing, it's just different language. So when you're talking about force in terms of gravity, you call it weight. But when you walk around, right, you put force on the floor, right? You put your weight, that's your force on the floor. So when you see it, all you got to do is translate it to from force, from weight to force. Say, how much what does a crack atom? That's atomic bomb. It's an atomic bomb right there. It's right in the lessons. Nobody had any idea about that kind of stuff. Master Muhammad comes with super technology. He didn't come with a flying carpet. He didn't come with prayer beads. He didn't come with bows and arrows. He came with superior technology that's way ahead of these people that have no idea of what it can or cannot do. And if he feared atomic bombs, he could have stopped it in its track once they start working on it. But they say his planes always monitored all their nuclear sites. That's what they say. And they say they come by and then the site doesn't work anymore, or it's set, they put down or whatever. They had to redo it or whatever. It's right there in the lesson. But these clowns never saw that. They had no idea what that is, because most of them don't believe the lesson anyway. They think it's, because they don't understand it, so they dismiss it. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Right there, atomic bomb, atomic explosion, right there in the lessons. Look at it. He said, how much does a cracked atom weigh? How much force does a cracked atom have? That's a nuclear explosion. Something wrong. Something wrong. Okay, so he just said, they're not my brothers. Again, They're shitting on Master Muhammad and Elijah because Master Muhammad in the lesson, supreme wisdom. He didn't say, oh, well, supreme until Farrakhan comes along and upgrades it. He's gonna upgrade my wisdom. He's got supreme wisdom. No, it says supreme wisdom. That's why I said, because in other words, nobody's gonna come with anything better than that. At least not during his time. So he says they cannot be reformed. They're 100% wicked. They must be more of the planet. He identifies them. He said, who is the devils? He said, a Caucasian white man. But Farrakhan said, no, they're not devils. And then he tried to get away with that. They said, well, his sympathizers, he meant just trying to be polite. This one, we're going to be polite now. They're devils. We just won't call them devils. We're going to be polite. Well, see, that's what you selling. How you going to skip past this one? But if they still devils, then how they our brothers? How's that being polite? Farrakhan goes further than that, like kissing them. Now that he says, Father Fraser is going to be in paradise for him. Yeah. If paradise is getting your ass burned up, he's definitely going to be there. I guess if you're a masochist, that would be paradise for you. Masochists like getting their ass kicked. So hell's a masochist paradise. Man, ooh. This is the worst part of my job, brothers and sisters, my mission. It is. Because this shit is so ridiculous, but I have to deal with it. Because it says, he would fill the Nation of Islam with shit. Like somebody say, your house, man, but the house is a beautiful house. So I wouldn't put shit all over it. Well, you want the house, you got to clean the shit out. So he fill it with demons. He filled the Nation of Islam in with demons. He packed with demons, shit. So he said, Mr. Covenant, his job is to go out and clean it up. They come full of soap. You don't come and get soap to clean. You don't use soap to clean stuff that's already clean. They're full of, that's a very strong soap. That means you're cleaning shit. And he's a shitter. That's why there's a shit in the bag, Farrakhan. His father's a devil. I mean, how can you get around that stuff? That shows you they must be packed with demons over there, because anybody that got an ounce of a brain knows damn well this is bullshit. He's full of shit. Literally. Well, maybe not now, because he's putting shit in the bag. Right. It's pathetic. And then this photo, he kissing fathers of devils, he's kissing devils, calling him brother. And you gonna tell me you Elijah Muhammad? Tell me anything Elijah Muhammad said that condones that. Anything. Anything. I'll just shut up. Mention a black man, how he lived for America, saving as a right, any of that. Any of his statements. Anywhere. That. They are brothers. And all that stuff. Show me that Master Muhammad said. Anything or lessons. Support anything close to even close. I want to get to the AI. I have to do 2 parts, brothers and sisters. Spent a lot of time working on this today. And then I reviewed my, then I had to watch that broadcast. Then I realized that the YouTube video wasn't as clear as I would like it to be. So I'm going to talk it slower and trying to be more. I got my microphone a little closer. I don't know if it's going to work, but it's just, like I said, if they distort it on the YouTube side, they're not going to do it. It's their thing. It's not going to stop the spring. All it's going to do is cause some people not to make it. People lost for lack of knowledge. Why? Not because I'm not out there 24/7. I am. 365. Benjamins. Unfortunately for them, their wealth is based on the winner. You see any Roman money around anywhere? Any Babylonian money around anywhere? What happened to all that money? You know what I'm saying? Their money is based on the winner. Spring's coming. It'll be worthless and worthless. That's why I said they store their silver and gold in the streets. They ripped off the nation. Be sure of that. Both of them. Well, fire comes right with them. They ripped off the nation. Left the beliefs with nothing. They liquidated everything together. Okay, let's get into. Let me do a little talking here about something, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna do this in 2 parts. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna show you some cycle, and you can make up what you will. But cut to the chase, like I said. If you saw what I said yesterday and you understood it, but I know I looked. I saw that they have what do you call it? Where they put the words there, right? And the words is okay. That means the machine, whatever, understood what I was saying. So how come it got so distorted? I'm saying, I'm looking at, what do you call it? I forget the CC, right? I'm saying, I'm looking at that, and that's coming out pretty accurate. So somebody, the computer, whoever, had to understand what I was saying. So why was it so muffled? But maybe it's not. Maybe the medium I was listening to is just not good. Anyway, cut to the chase, brothers and sisters. I'm going back into this. America, remember, you got a competition in the world. Power just don't sit there. Who has most power rules. That's why Adam was given. I explained why that is, right? But if you have 2 people, one gonna have power with the other. If they both have equal power, you got a stalemate. One have one power with the other. It's just that's the way it is. You can't. You know, pressure is pressure. It's immediate. If one person goes out, other one builds up. I mean, it's immediate. And power is pressure. If you have pressure, and what's the formula for pressure? Discipline times energy equals power. So whoever has most power is going to control the one that has less power to the degree of the difference. So if one is 9 and one is 10, then 10 will have 1 degree power over the 9. If it's 10 and 8, then it's going to have 2 degrees. If 10 and 5, it's going to have 5 degrees. It's more, greater power. They had total power over us for hundreds of years. And now we're reviving. But what I'm getting at here is, I'm really going to have to go in more detail this tomorrow. Because I want to actually, initially yesterday I said it was going to be at least 2 days. So, because it wasn't as clear as I wanted, then we're going to make it today and tomorrow, hopefully. Because this you need to know this if you want to get home. Protect yourself. What solution is to deal with the problem. Now, Europeans, they're losing power because they don't have, their discipline was limited. They don't have as much discipline as us. The fact we went to the Holocaust means we had we'd have maximum discipline to survive that. Let me just get to the point, because I started talking like that up here forever and still got to my point. So right now you got a power. It's always, it's always, as long as we exist, there's always going to be a power war. Yes, that's just where it is. Between us and the animals, between us and ourselves. Because that's power is how you enter paradise. Power means you control that your atmosphere around you. The more you control it, the better it is for you. It's when you have total control of it. If someone else control, like they had control of our energy, then we're in hell. So everybody is going to be seeking paradise. Everybody's paradise is different. But we all one part of one body, so therefore it's going to be in sync. That's the beauty of being a body, because your heart and lungs, they work together. But we wasn't one body, they'd be perpetual war all the time. See, it's a symbiotic relationship because, hey, I need blood, heart. Oh, I need air, lungs. They work together. But if there was a organ that could do it all itself, it would be independent. And none of us are able to do that. But what I mean, as far as there's a struggle all the time, because all of us, since we in sync with each other, that's not the case for us and other tribes. That's why Ten Commandment is the law within a tribe, how you treat each other within a tribe, other tribes. I'm getting off track again. I'm trying to ease into the point where I can really get you to point out what I'm trying to make here. So you have power. Okay. If you have power over lambs, another person has power over lambs, there might be a conflict there because there's no symbiotic relationship there. Right? So your power, if you got a greater discipline, you can have more power than them. So maybe you sell more lambs than them, or you might put them out of business. I don't go down that road. Let me just go try to see how I get to my main point. We have a symbiotic relationship. Let's deal with that. The demons are not part of our relationship. That's why they cause us problems. They're cancer to our body. That's the chaff sows amongst the wheat. They keep us fighting against each other, just distrusting each other. Let me lay out a small example here. Okay, you got lambs, you got wolves and sheep clothing, right? So they're amongst the lamb. Everybody's cool. All of a sudden, you notice this lamb is eating another lamb. Say, wait, what you doing that for? See, because you don't realize it's a wolf clothes like a lamb. But that's strange. So now all of a sudden, you get nervous. You say, are there other lambs like that? You start distrusting lambs. See? Now you got division because you can't trust anybody because it may be other ones like that. You see? So now you got problems within your community. But you ain't causing the problems. It's the wolves, but you can't identify them as wolves because they look like lamb. So you don't trust anybody. That's the situation we're in, brothers and sisters, because we got the demons amongst us. See, they can talk all that shit they want to on Sundays. No, they can't, because that's what the demons would be saying. The wolves would be saying, yeah, let's work together. Let's stay together. We're all one. That's what the wolves be saying. But you see what problem is causing. Somebody has to come along and be able to identify the wolves and say, hey, them are wolves. One thing about a wolf, even if it's enclosed in a lamb, it's still going to sound like a wolf. It can't change its voice. That's why it says Elijah was told to preach the book. Says somebody sowed chaff amongst the wheat, but they told Elijah, no, you don't do it. You don't teach both of them. It says the messenger of covenant, he comes. He will be able to separate the two. And that's what's happening now. Fricons, stone cold demons, followers of the devil, period. They can talk all this crap about God making the womb, when drop black blood make you black, all that bullshit they want to. But they're going to talk about mathematics. Well, do the mathematics of that. So, let me get him up. I'm getting away from my point here. America's losing power. They have power over us. I explain that in detail how and why. But now we've been energized. It's harder and harder to control us. And they're about to lose. This happens, and they talk about that today. See? Oh, we used to be called niggers. They were called color. Where'd you get that from? That's exactly what I've been saying. I've been showing it. Well, anyway, they're such a fools over there. Anyway. So we get an energy wave. Well, let me put it another way. Well, let me just cut to the chase. I'll click and elaborate tomorrow. The nations, there's several tribes. The nations are actually tribes. They say mankind is a single nation. That means all the tribes, it's just one nation. The tribe is just division within the nation. Or they say mankind is one nation. So all the Europeans, they're one nation. We're one nation. But we're not the same nation as Esau. They're Africans too. Who's living in Africa, that's another story. We're one nation. Over here in captivity. They said we'll be in captivity. Africans over there are not in captivity, are they? That's another story. Anyway, the nation is rising, and again, everybody's getting more energized. Everybody's rising. The problem right now is, and I'm going to get to the heart of it, and tomorrow, like I said, I'll elaborate or whatever's necessary. We went through the industrial age, the agricultural age, that was our Holocaust, to the industrial age, to the electronics age, to the information age, and now it's the AI age. Now, we inspired all the ages. We inspired those ages, but that's another story altogether. So the problem is, those ages come and they ain't changed. It's like when they came to the industrial age, they didn't need us in the fields anymore. So what to do with these niggas? We don't need them in the fields anymore. We got machines to do that. We got the cotton gin and so forth. See? So in other words, the structure of the old system doesn't work in the new system. So therefore, you got to make changes, and then how do you make those changes? What you do with it? So, and what you going to do with these niggas? I mean, they're alive. We got to do something. They don't need in the field anymore, right? So because Industrial Revolution, and those periods are probably 50 years apart. That's curious too. That's his music. Blues, then the industrial, right? And jazz, electronics, Motown, the information, what some call computer age, and now a new music is about to come on the scene. Oh, he's approximately 50 years, so something's about to happen dramatically. 2020s. Anyway, AI. See, well, I'm gonna have to do some background here. They didn't need us in the fields anymore, so what did they do with us? They started Jim Crow. They started chain gangs. So forth, so on. They didn't need us in the fields anymore. They won't give us anything. Then next time we got to the electronics age, because they had us, was laborers then. Well, I don't know if you call it labor. Anyway, they didn't need us in the fields anymore. So what they was doing, they was hiring us out to factories. They called it plants back then, but it's too close to plantation, so they dropped that. They put us out in, right? They do a lot of things that, well, let me move on to the next one. Then we go to electronics. So they didn't, in other words, they didn't need us in the fields anymore. They need us doing the laborers that they was doing, the labor stuff they was doing back up to the electronic stage. When that came in, they didn't need us for that anymore. So I'm gonna get to the main points here. And then you come to the AI, information age. That's a critical one. That's easy one to explain. Information age, which called computers. Now, what they did to explain this, what they did was that the government, now, I don't know if they had this system back, they didn't have it back in the other ages. But in the information age, where this goes along with it, they would do a demographics. For those who know what demographics is, that means they go in and study the populations, demographic, and then find out who is best capable of this particular industry. So if it's going to be a fashion industry, they probably would say, well, women, right? They might. So they did this for information age, this computer age. And they found that blacks, they associated with music, whatever, was best suited for the information age, for programming and stuff. Yeah, that's a fact. Because I went to the program. I'm not making it up. The Urban League administered the program. IBM provided the equipment and the instruction. And our community agreed to hire the top 10 that graduated from this class. And it was a 3-month course, and they would pay you while you was going. And it was bringing in black people. Like I said, Urban League was one that was administering the course. I found out about it. I was, a long story. I got it. I came out first in my class. This was after Elijah departed. It happened in late 75, I believe. But a name like Raheem, I said, I better make sure I'm top of the class. And I was. I graduated top. I was first. I was a top student. So the bottom line was Carter was present during that time. He has the program. So who came after him? Reagan came. Reagan shut the program down and said, we can't have these niggas with this because this is a powerful industry coming up, right? And it can have because the whole idea is keep power over us. That's what keep us ignorant and everything else. So he killed it. And he says, okay. We also had, well, I back up. Remember I said industrial? But not the industrial. Anyway, before that was to get rid of the jobs from, we was best in the industry. See? But like Detroit was like Mecca heaven for car industry and stuff, right? And blacks. So they said, hey, we can't have that. These niggas started making money. We start having heart. They start rising up because we got two different natures. They start acting like, according to their nature, it'll be a problem. And I would like to take time to explain that. I'm going to move on. They sent your jobs to China. The purpose to keep you from being economically powerful. Because if you become economically powerful, you might start, because Elijah Muhammad's on the scene was telling you how to apply the economics to get power. See? A lot of this because a lot of stuff was decision because Elijah Muhammad didn't want you to know that. Anyway, they sent your jobs to China. The next, when the information age came in, they said, okay, he shut it down. He said, well, we need somebody to be able to do this. We can't have these niggas doing it. So then they started bringing Indians over because you couldn't find the Indians country before that, India. Understand? They brought them over because they didn't want you to have them. And they started building prisons for you, private prisons, all in, 3 strikes out, all that stuff, bringing crack in, all that stuff. Because all that stuff designed, right? AIDS eventually came in. But it's still academic AIDS in the black community, but they don't talk about it anymore, do they? But it's still an epidemic. Be careful out there. Should be out there anyway. So consider that. Okay. Now, if you go to China, remember that they gave China the jobs, so China became a powerhouse. And China went into AI. Now, Chinese are more technical than the devil. I explained that before. I'm not going to explain it now. They're more technical. If you understand what Yakub did. So they became a powerhouse over there industrially and according to AI. So in other words, they're getting ahead of everybody. Remember, you got to keep up with each season, each one of those periods. So America's falling behind and China's, because how come America don't do their own, the devils, because they can't good at coding. That's what I got to bring in. They're not good as we are. They keep us out of that because I had my own business. I made a ton of money. I was good and I worked with them. I know how good they were. They weren't that good. The devils were worse and Indians were almost as bad. They didn't want us to do it. The point I'm getting at right now, I'm going to have to close and blabber on tomorrow, is that if you go to China, China's way ahead AI. Way ahead. Now remember, one of the reasons why America, and the North particularly, America, became ahead of all other nations, because that's no story altogether, because we're here. But the point is they got into the Industrial Revolution for anybody else. That means if spring is coming and you are prepared for spring, then you're going to be the master of the spring. So industrial, they came out, they was ahead, and so they had better weapons and everything else, so they got control. You see? Because on a two-dimensional level, that's technology, that's where it is. So the thing is now, if you go to China, because They invested in AI. They were ahead of America. You see, they got a system over there called socialism. They call it communism, but communism and socialism are two different things. Socialism is the economic side of it. Communism is the governmental side of it. Because in Europe, most all the European countries are socialists. Socialists mean you share the wealth there, and nobody goes poor because you share the wealth with everybody. The reason I have socialism here because they have to share it with us. That's the bottom line. They ain't sharing a damn thing with us, even though they're taking it from us. They make sure we don't get any of what they take. And that's no story. I'm having a hard time getting this point, brothers and sisters. Right? A couple of, for instance, the way I understand, I haven't been to China. The way I understand, I've been doing some research. You don't need a car in China. Because China is far ahead of America in electric cars, far ahead. They're like half the price. And they don't want China cars to come here because that would kill the car market. They're ahead in AI. They're ahead in almost all kinds of electronic stuff, AI stuff, called deep seek and whatever. So America's falling behind. And whoever masters, whoever is going to be take control of the next season, as far as I understand. The next age, so to speak, the AI age. And China's moving way ahead of AI age. And America is behind. One, because the best people for AI is us, and they don't have anything to do with it. Second best is India, but India, man, their loyalty is to India. They're not as good. Okay? So the thing is, let me give another instance. Like I said, they have the best cars. They don't bring them over here because you can get an electric car and they charge much faster, easier, and they're whole 9 yards. Price is better than what I have here and half the price. Plus, you don't need a car in China. This is what I did research. That's what they're telling me, because they put cars all over the place, brand new cars, and they're driverless. So you come out to drive in or wherever you come out of, right? And you say, okay, I want to go home. You got this app. You put the address where you want to go, and you press the button, and boom, up the closest car around you lights up, and that means that the car is available. You get in the car, you go see if you want to. Driverless car, it drives you to the destination. You don't need a car. So that gets back to these tariffs. See, the reason why Trump is putting these tariffs on, because everybody's able to make this stuff cheaper than they can make it here in America, which is devastating this type of capitalist economy. They won't tell you that's the reason why he's doing it. That's unfair. He's the one unfair because they're able to produce cheaper. And one of the reasons why China is able to produce cheaper because of AI, because they like have AI cities. They said there was one factory had 2,000 workers. 2,000. I mean, I think it was 2,000 and down 200 now, because they got machines doing all of it. They don't need you in Popeyes and Burger King. They don't need you in those places anymore, because but they can't implement it here in America because you'll be out of work. You got millions of black folks out of work. What do you think will happen here? What do you think will happen here? They tear this place apart, and they know it. So they got to figure out how in the hell they're going to implement. They got to, because China's getting moved. China's got the biggest navy right now. They got nuclear weapons. They got the best AI out there. All their children are educated, got college degrees, don't have to pay for it. Don't have to pay for it in Europe either. So they were taking America. Plus, America owes them a ton of money. See the problem here? So the thing is, how do they solve that problem? For one thing, if they go to war with China and defeat them, which they're not going to be able to, then they get rid of debt. That's one thing. But they don't. China's way ahead. They got to implement AI. They got to. But if they implement AI, you're going to have people out of work here. And they don't have socialism here. They ain't going to say no damn check. So ask yourself a question. If you know anything, those guys out there knows the NFL and NBA, you watch that bullshit, right? We should know, and watch the boxing, you know that they have to practice before they go into competition. They have to practice. doing dummies or whatever. If you're a boxer, you got somebody, a sparring partner or something. You don't practice on the actual people that you're going to be in competition with. You have to have a substitute. That substitute gets you ready for the real match. What the real match here is they got to implement AI, and they got to get rid of us to do it. Because they implement AI, almost 99.9% of us be out of a job, if not all of us. They don't need for administrative assistants anymore. They don't need you even for a lawyer. They don't need you for those things. Because you ever call anybody on the phone anymore nowadays? You get a computer. You got to fight with a goddamn computer for half an hour to talk to somebody. They don't need administrative assistants anymore. They don't need any of that stuff anymore. But the only reason they have it, because they got to employ you, because it's a capitalist system, they got to keep people employed. And then they're going to have a total race riot. They're going to have a total economic riot. They have total destruction, social chaos in America. They don't have a social system. So they have a problem. So the only thing is, and they know if they don't implement AI fast, China's going to overtake them, and next thing you know, they're going to be under China's thumb. China's going to control America. They ain't going to like that. You know, that's their dilemma. That's what they're facing. If you understand those basic things right there, you say, what the hell we're going to do? You don't hear Farrakhan talking about it. You hear Silas talking about it. The so-called son of man, the dumbass. You know, none of these people talking about it. But this is reality. You should be able to see it. So you say, okay, well, they got to get rid of us. Remember, when you go into competition, you got to practice first. So you be good at it when the time comes to go into action. So what they need to get rid of us. They need to gather us up. Get us out the country or just wipe us out. But they got to get rid of us so they can put AI in and so you won't retaliate. And so they got to make you sure you don't see it coming. He said, let's deal shrewdly with them. That's what the clown, he used one of my, well, it's in the scriptures, but that's what I've been talking about. They won't see it coming, the snare. If you believe they have to implement AI to keep viable, to compete with the rest of the world without being taken under, if you believe that, you have to ask, so how are they going to do it when they'll have to kill almost all these jobs? So they got robots to do it. If you ask them that question, then you say, okay, well, then, what does that mean to us? See, because first of all, you're not going to ask that question, because that's why they got these so-called commercials now with interracial couples and all these damn movies where black people are so successful, their bathroom is bigger than your whole damn house. Kevin Hart doing $50 billion deals, and you got a whole CIA squad, and you got Eddie Murphy. Him? He's got a white wife or something. They make it, everything's cool, man. We cool. Everything's cool now, man. See? Not to mention, again, they play music. That's no story altogether. They're working on you. They keep you, it said they will work on you in a way you wouldn't see it coming. Doing the mafia, right? They want to take you out. Well, they send you a sister, a brother, somebody you wouldn't see it coming. You wouldn't expect. Then they know your head blown off. So, he putting military against the Constitution, and no one's saying anything about it in the cities, especially in the inner cities. Now in the suburbs, where they find all these guys doing all this mass killing and all that kind of stuff. Not there in the cities. They say, well, we ride and all that kind of stuff, right? That's against the Constitution, but nobody said anything. And they say, oh, we got to, and then we build detention centers. Why are you building detention centers? You don't need that for immigrants anymore, because now you can just deport them. Because the detention centers was for them to go in and get their day in court. And then it's deport them. But now they can just deport them. But what they're building detention centers like crazy. They're building a new one in Florida, and they're building a big one in Texas. Why? And then, oh, this immigrant, we got to get these immigrants. Yeah, the immigrants. And then they got a race war going over in the Middle East that America is behind it. You say, oh, no. If you out there with a gun and I'm giving you bullets, I gave you the gun, I'm giving you bullets, you're shooting people, and I can't keep giving you the guns and bullets. Who the hell is doing the killing? They're just pulling the trigger. You fueling it. You giving the information, the ability to do it. False Israel could not be doing that if America wasn't supplying them, backing them, politically, economically, militarily, in every way. So they practicing genocide because they call them desert niggers over there. Why they call the Arabs desert niggers? Because they know that they're half brother. So that's why I call them desert niggers. And if they hate them, they hate us even more. Because you know they hate us because they changed 100%. I'm not going that kind of detail, bro and sisters, but I'm trying to get you the point here. They're practicing, gathering you up, and then they got this new thing now, and they can, American citizens now, these ain't people, immigrants, they can take American citizens and put them in jail down in Salvador. You're never coming back. That's against God. Yep. They put military in the streets. That's against the Constitution too. Can't do it. Nobody say anything. The court's not saying anything. They're practicing. They're about to gather you up. And they got you, all these advertisements and all this bullshit movies to keep you, plus the music, you know that aspect of it, to keep you pacified, oblivious to what's going on around you. And they're closing in on you. They got to get rid of you. So they practice. So now these guys they're getting doing the immigrants. Oh, really? Oh, and they killing Arabs over there. Genocide. Oh, really? So you think it had nothing to do with you? They're practicing. Because they're giving clothes on you. Because America has no choice. It's got to go AI, or else it's going to be defeated by China. And they don't want that to happen. They have to move fast. When you understand that, bro, then you start understanding what's going on, what's at stake here. Because, see, Ryan Farrakhan is not telling you that because he's part of the process with them. Plus, you know the only solution is to get the hell out of here. He's telling you to stay. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's the main point I want to get across. So I'm not going to go all the graphics I had planned. I'll do that tomorrow to back it up. But that's the threat right now. They have to do AI. The AI, they don't need you on these jobs anymore. So what are you going to do? If Farrakhan build any jobs for you, he prepared anything for you? Nothing. He has no idea what's going on himself. He don't realize once they get rid of us, they're going to take care of them too. That's the threat. It's the snare. And they have no choice. You understand that? So you keep listening to NFL, NBA, and Farrakhan's people, and when they close the door on your ass, you have nobody to blame but yourself because they have no choice. They got to go AI. They already got the machines and stuff already. For Popeyes, and they can put a couple of robots in there and they can do flip those bagels just as good as you can, even better, and don't have to cost them anything. They got to pay any salary. They got to pay 10, 15 people salaries, $10 an hour, whatever. So if you got 10 people, $10 an hour, right? 10 times 10, what, $100 an hour? They're paying out 8 hours, $800 a day. When they can get a robot in there and they'll pay them maybe $80 a day, mess with that. Just all you got to do is hook them up. But see, because China's doing that, AI, they can sell stuff much cheaper. Say, for instance, they got a robot in there. Now, they pay $800, basically, they pay $100 an hour, $800 a day. Wait, hold it. Yeah, $800 a day for employee. Plus, they got to pay insurance, all the crap, right? Got to apply all kind of bad, small kind of things, so things for you, right? So just say $800 a day. Robot, maybe $8 a day or whatever. That means that burger that you're paying $200, that you're paying $2 for, they probably sell for 20 cents. So now, if China opens up Burger King right next to your Burger King, they selling it for 20 cents, and they will sell $2, which one are you going to buy? That's why he putting tariffs on this stuff. He putting tariffs. He said, no, I can't let you buy that burger for $2 for 20 cents. I got to put $100, I got to put a $1.80 tariff on it. So it'd be the same price as the other one. Because America's in trouble. They put tariffs because everything is cheaper because everybody's going to AI and they can make stuff cheaper than America. America said, we can't do it because we got to pay all these goddamn employees, especially we got to pay these niggers. So we get rid of them, then we can keep stuff cheap too. Because these terrorists are also causing backfire, causing enemies across the board, and causing other problems. Then other countries are retaliating. Now I'm talking about Venezuela. Yeah, that's all the stuff connected. So we the problem. Other white folks, the poor white folks, the problem too, but they use them to get rid of us, then they get rid of them. But we the main target right now. They have no choice, you understand? They have no choice, and they got to move fast. Because China's kicking their ass. China's got the largest navy now. Did you know that? Russia got the most submarines, and they got hypersonic missiles that America cannot stop. How come America doesn't have hypersonic missiles? Because they don't have AI as strong as they do. America doesn't have hypersonic missile. You know what a hypersonic missile is? It's one move way fast the speed of sound. They can't stop it. That's why you had the Houthis, because it is false. Israel cannot stop their hypersonic missiles. You can't stop it too fast. And America don't have them. So they can't let, they say, if there's a war, we have no protection. We got to move. We got to get AI. We got to catch up fast. And we can't do it because if we do it, we're gonna have a civil war in America because these niggas they're gonna go crazy. They're gonna tear up they're gonna burn up all the seas and everything else. So we gotta get rid of these niggas so we can go AI. You understand? If you understand, you should make other people understand. And then you say, well, if that's the case, what is the solution? Even if Farrakhan talked about it, they don't have his solution stays, so how is that a solution? If we say here, how to survive? We got no job. He ain't producing any jobs. The solution is get the hell out of here. And we provide the means of how to do that, how to protect yourself in the meantime. That's what I'm going to talk about tomorrow. I talked about yesterday, so you can go, if you can pay attention to the presentation, it explains it. We'll go explain it again. They have no choice. Somebody tried to call me. I don't know who it was. Okay, I don't know what it was. I'm going to call it anyway in a minute, brothers and sisters. I don't know what that was. They have no choice, brothers and sisters. Understand it? And we have a solution. We got to get out of here. Like Elijah Muhammad said, Master Muhammad said, that's bullshit Farrakhan talking about. Listen if you want to. Sit back if watching it, if you want to, keep watching that stuff. If you understand this, you have to say, so what do we do? Who's talking about it? Why are they talking about it? They have to go AI. If you understand that, then you see what the problem is. And they have to do it fast. So they're practicing right now. Genocide over there, nobody's doing anything about it. People complaining. America supporting it. Genocide. Building prisons. All the detention centers. Then they can put, that means the people that got in prison already, they can ship to El Salvador. That's what he said. Check it. Don't take my word for it. How is that possible? They can ship them to another prison in El Salvador. That means they're never coming back here. U.S. citizens, not immigrants. Why would they do that? Why would they want to do that? They got to get rid of you. So they either kill you. See, because the point they got to have used to do it. So they're talking about arresting Obama. That's one thing. If they arrest Obama, you know these niggas go crazy. I hate to use that word, but that's the way you look at it. These niggas go crazy. So now they got the American soldiers in their cities, and the thing is, they said if you commit a crime, so they can shoot you. They're already showing they don't care. They can shoot people if you suspect of a crime. What are you doing in Venezuela down there? They don't know they're criminal. They expect them a crime, they blow them out the water. They already set the stage. Everybody's getting acclimated to, they just killing them. We think they think they're riding. They think they're doing something bad. They're in prison already. Ship their ass out to El Salvador. They'll never come back here no more. They start acting up, right? We got troops right there. Fire on them. You don't see any of this. He's closing in on you. But they have no choice. That's where they see it. So if you got other answers, tell me. Why no one talking about it? Because the demons, why is the media not talking about it? They're all on board with it. Because they all know they have no choice. All the white folks know they got no choice. Otherwise, they think it's going to happen to them. They all know they have no choice. But they make sure you don't know until it's too damn late. They're paying Farrakhan, these other clowns, to keep you confused so you never see it coming. But they have to do it fast. They can't do it slow, do it fast. So they're practicing. They're gathering you up. See, the practicing, man, gathering up the immigrants. No, they grab you up fast. The ones in the prison, send down El Salvador fast. And those that pick up, start riding, shoot them fast. Now you got another example, explanation for that? Tell me. They're already set to do it. Already set to do it. They're already practicing right in front of your face. They telling you practice. When they practice on dummies, don't they? They practice on something else. So you go these speed bag, punching bag. They practicing genocide over in the Middle East. Immigrants here. Shooting people. They say they don't have no proof, just shooting them. You don't put all that together? He said, people, why are they doing this? They're practicing. So when they pull off from you, ain't nobody gonna say a damn thing. Why the media's not saying anything? You ask yourself these questions? No, because you're not supposed to. Because we want family. Remember? This. We want brothers. We want family. They would never do that to us. And they've done every goddamn thing in the universe possible to us, but they would never do that. Because Pharaoh said, they are brothers. We want to stay here in America. What shouldn't happen in America? You don't get any of this? I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. Tomorrow, hopefully, I'll get into the other. I'm going to leave that on you. It's going to come 2 or 3 days. I'm going to see how well this came through. I endeavor to be clear and precise. Well, I'm always precise. I'm endeavor to be. Hoping my voice come clear enough. We understand what I'm talking about. That's the danger you're in right now. It's not just danger. It's not even a threat. If somebody pull a trigger, bullets flying through your head, it's not a threat anymore. They're doing stuff you never seen them do before. And nobody, why aren't the judges, why aren't the courts saying anything? Because all on board, everything he's doing is illegal against the Constitution. So why nobody say anything? Because they're closing on you. You're the problem. They got to go AI. They got to. And they can't go along AI as long as you here, because then you're going to go crazy because you won't have no means of employment, nothing. Won't have anything. And they're not going socialism because they ain't sharing a damn thing with you. I'm going to leave it there, brother. Says, Assalamu alaikum.
Malachi 3:1. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the Lord, whom ye seek, shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts. Genesis 15:12. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and, lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. 13. And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. 14. And also that nation, whom they shall serve, will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance. Genesis 15:18. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates. One. Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. Five. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
What happened to Aaron? What happened to Farrakhan? They don't mention these things. But Pharaoh's a liar. He's not seed of Abraham. His father's the devil. They don't mention it. They don't mention the mention of covenant. In Malachi, he says he would Elijah prepared a way for him. This is Elijah's last messenger. He says, no, mention the covenant. They don't mention the covenant. We return home to Arabia. They don't mention that part, but they mention the other part about 40 years. See, they don't mention the covenant. They don't mention the messenger covenant. They don't mention who Joshua is, who is the messenger of the covenant. And he says, they bypass Moses. They bypass Aaron. It says, there should any man stand before you all day of life as I was with Moses, I would be with thee. What happened to Aaron? Because Aaron was killed in the wilderness. He died in the wilderness with his people. He was no good, deceiver of the people. So it passed from Moses to Joshua, not to Aaron, not to lion dog Farrakhan. He says, I will be with thee as I was with Moses. I will not fail in over safety. Well, what was happening to Farrakhan when his ass got blown up? When his ass got blown up, those radiation pellets. Was God with him then? When he got castrated, pissing shit in a bag? Think about it.
6. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
You paying attention to that, brothers and sisters? Paying attention to this all? You hear anything about Dianetics in here? Anything about Aaron? Farrakhan? Dianetics? L. Ron Hubbard? You hear anything about any of that kind of stuff? Nothing about Aaron, do you? Talking to Joshua here. That's the message of covenant. They want to take us home, out of here. I said, we're not going anywhere. So he calling God a liar. He said Elijah's last messenger. He calling God a liar there because he said the messenger of covenant will certainly come to his temple. Elijah prepared the way for him. So he's calling God a liar there. He's calling God a liar on Joshua because he said Aaron is the last ass. He's also calling God a liar on the covenant. We're not going nowhere. So don't give me this bullshit. Your days are numbered. Days are numbered. This is clear. And I was with Elijah, so I know he don't teach that bullshit you're teaching. And you don't represent Elijah anyway. No way. This is, yeah, we're going to play that for you while you're eating shit. See how it tastes, right? Then, sick people. I'm going to close out here, brothers and sisters. Let's go this quickly. Here, this was our situation because with like balloons, you put a balloon under water, that's not its natural state. You have to hold under water. That's how people, because what they, so you can tell the wind, the nature of the wind, how the leaves are shaking. So if you see you don't see no leaves moving, then you know there's no wind. If you see leaves moving, you know there's a wind. If you tell which way the wind is going by the way the leaves are shaking, how heavy the wind is, by how hard the leaves are shaking. So these leaves, the activity of the leaves tell you the nature of the wind. So this tells you the nature of the devils, that's them. Because they take niggas to make niggas. They the niggas. This is the result of their action on us. We didn't like that. We came here. This is the result of their action. That shows who they are. You're blaming the manufacturer, not the product. But Farrakhan blames us. Says, nah, it's y'all. Okay, a balloon underwater. How you gonna blame the balloon for being underwater if someone's holding underwater? You gotta blame the ones holding underwater, not the balloon itself. That's what Farrakhan does, because he's one of them. Let's take a little further. See? He's blaming the balloon. You ain't blaming the ones got the foot on the balloon. No, it's y'all. That's an accuser we cast down. See? Yeah, sin for you, wicked. Okay, let's move on. And see, this basically, say in general, this is how we was before we came here. Free warriors. This is free warriors too, but we're just going to concentrate on the brothers right here. Then what happened? Then they capture us. Right? And then boom. Now, see? Underwater. That's what it looked like underwater. Under that thumb. See? Now, the only solution is is destroy the foot that's holding you underwater. Destroy this is holding you underwater. The Pharaoh said, no, we're going to stay here. Then we'll stay like this too. We blame us. See, you're wicked. You're sinful. You got to stop doing that stuff. Well, this is what's causing it, not us. That's not our nature. This is what causing it. We're reflecting the force that's causing us. That means that's their nature. Every action has an opposite equal reaction. That means the reaction is going to be determined by the action itself. So the action has to be like this to cause this reaction. They're the niggers. So then we get rid of that damn foot. Bam. See? That's the solution. Not this shit Farrakhan talking about. Okay, I think I'm close here, bro. Let's see what I got. Okay, I'm not going to go into this, bro. I'm going to close here. So I'll talk about this tomorrow. Talk about yesterday. I'm going to make sure that I'm getting good reception. So let's see what I got. Let's see. I'm close here, brother. Says Assalamu alaikum. To be continued.
We have a lot of that going on, so we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work well until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people. and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, 4 more years. And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself. And I completely understand the anger. I don't, like you, I abhor any form of violence. But I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaign, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish? Oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. It's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. That was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? The population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just let your eyes tell you the truth for once. This is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. There's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. In fact, I'm not a white supremacist. Well, I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country? Is Sharia law does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country? Is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is the lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been
your society is
one
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to it,
it's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It's just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, it's American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
It's true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
They evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You don't pick one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the Founding Fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
If you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the Founding Fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You don't pick one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the Founding Fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
If you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're going to have one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is.
But I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples albeit not completely without their flaws, the shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization, and so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Like, which one? And you can't face that reality, so you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you can wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization of my country as a sad, disgusting, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like. but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country. That's It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans who were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white, we were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation
It's not fun, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all think that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors,
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is not what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people, but this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well, and you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point, Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and Black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros' Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about Black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe, he literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished Black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful. Why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure that they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House, shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Community Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinals Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people, all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk, after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's a slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for 1 semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that 1 semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalize him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? Behind the history of the cross, murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus. They said Jesus cursed black people. They call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, not clean up, but make it look more attractive, I guess, by calling it chitlins. It's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what they do was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 20 years ago. It lasted for 400 years. It's enduring today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza, when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going on in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population. The genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets. Knowing there was full of disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from seabird animals. So-called common cold was not common. It didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When it was written out women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught that there was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? Are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. He stole his land. He murdered his people. And you crushed the native people here. When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and snatch the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. What's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped our women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. They told them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and sit and slave up in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they could spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. He did it all in the name of Jesus. That's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery.
40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So who's working those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? Legacy of the cross. What's your rap sheet? America? Gog? What's your rap sheet? Magog? Britain? What's your mention? What's your rap sheet? Antichrist? Falls Israel? What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They steal the ribbon off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war. They finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
How's we gonna make it? Sure, you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Sure, you ain't talking about that, are you? We ain't going back to Africa. No. You're right. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holiday. When you should be honoring Jesus, you are bunny rabbits. Inviting your children to pay eggs for some Easter. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Of a name, come out of a religion, come out of a culture, come out of a way of life, come out of an educational system. they was put on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, the homes for our master. They stood and said, it is a parent. And the old wisdom. I wanted to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they were put off on this miserable shores, they took them, scattered that ship that brought them to a strange land, and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country, and strange people who have proven to them every mile from their native land that they love. Going to be West Indians that they ever lived with, they were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. When this ship was named Jesus, this is how that we have always been deceived by the white man. Trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to our off a mental sleep, thinking that we are our way to heaven. This is curse. My brothers, this is very hard for us to people to accept today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people and beauty yesterday. Trying to save the best minutes that brought our fathers in subjection to that will. You and I, turning away from your native land and turning it back towards our prison house and our home. And it who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your peace. They're trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. Do you feel? I didn't say. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why did not you want to be separated and be returned to the Lord? I think that push. They go to your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to that home 400 years ago. How you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemned for being such fools as now. To live in the land that absolutely enslaved them until they were defeated for 300 long years. They were condemned to animal foods. When I wanted to be separated, they go to the bottom, salvation for his son. The white man said he opened. Remember that. even make it. Sure, you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Sure, you ain't talking about it. No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to pay eggs for some Easter. Come out of it. Get the Santa Claus of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of St. Valentine's Day. What is that? Excuse me. Come out of a name. Come out of a religion. Come out of a culture. Come out of a way of life. Come out of an educational system.
People. When they were put on all the shores of North America. And they should. Jesus, none of homes, no power and spirit. They stood and said, it is a parent. And behold, wisdom. I wanted to return. With the hands stretched out towards that ship, and tidings showed themselves bound together. And when they were put all on this memorable shows, they took them, staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land, and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country. Strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be West Indies that they were living with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all mischief that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. But this was the name of Jesus. This is that we have always been deceived by the name Jesus. The name Jesus to our thought in a mental state, thinking that we all have to leave it. This is church. My brothers, this is very hard for the people to sit today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people and you here today. Crying because they wish the very minute that
in subjection to that will. You know, turning away from your ordinary life and turning it back towards our good and who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to you. It's trying to make love with the desperate people that destroy you in your past. Do you feel? Active. And even today, there are beating and shooting down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why did not you want to be separated and be returned to the Lord? I think that was. They know your parents on the eastern shore of North crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. Or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemned for being such fools. And now, what to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as fools. But I wanted to be separated people to your arm, to the provision for your son. So I said you open, remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Salman Rahim here, Bachelor of Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now. And
Found him home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Found him home after 40 years. So it's been a year now. There was an agreement made from slave master. Said, your choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. If the original people decided they wanted to give up the inheritance and trade for a place in America, reconciliation with their former slave master. It's their choice. They chose. We don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over to sand and all that stuff. We want to stay in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with a slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And that sounds too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. You got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was following this in Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them. They stay there, 6 states, right? Their own land. And they can make reconciliation with from slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, there's some things wrong, but now, they're going to make amends and make reparations. So 6 states. And in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody paid $1 million. Thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. And you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. Thank you. Thank you, Farrakhan. And I mean, this was a year ago. They got 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. They're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. We made it. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago. We left. We in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, he says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And just those 6 states. So, and now, they were big and massive, they came asking to turn the power. Why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling about 6 states and he prepared you for him. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So, these big men, massive, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told them 6 days of promising that he would have prepared them for, right, their schools and education, whatever they needed. But I guess they didn't, because they said, oh, we're not even begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. Then what?
This is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these reports in now. A year later. It's like, they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? It's a roof, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no, they looked at the farmers, when they're doing, the farmers said, oh. So then, Master, what's happening here? How come no? Crap. It turned out that the rain they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, how's it going? Crop failure. And now Master, what's going to happen here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour back's coming in, right? And then they look here and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? Now, they look there now and all the food's gone. They're gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So she said, Master, we need some food. How come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country, you got your own states, that's your country, and you run it. What are you calling us for? So they're praying, and then, oops, no fuel. There's no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. You got your reparations, so we don't owe you anything anymore. You anything anymore, so what you calling us for? You don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of the inheritance, what you call Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brother and sister, they left, they took that was all for them, they took it. And you said, no, I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on? Master, wait a minute, hold on here. What's you calling us for? That's you. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff's coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they were celebrating. And now they're crying, begging the master of the game. We got all these problems here. So wait a minute, that's just what comes about your problems. You have to work those out. No transportation, I mean, no planes on nowhere. By flying planes and drive trucks and boats and stuff, and you're going to get this stuff. What you got us for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats, and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you got us for? Well, Master, you said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So then if you never pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, ain't? No gas. Yes, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. Everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So guess what happened? Everything was good when they got it, and it ran out. They had to replace it, pay the fuel, to get the farms going. So it was left with that stuff. The factories full, houses, 4 houses full, and you have to keep, they thought that was just going to, I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he don't get this for you, but he don't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So when he asked the master, I said, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you want to have reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? Don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? That's what, because if you're going to set reparation, you should be paying for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be paying for it. If he said God said that's what he's going to get you, so God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, telling him to build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations. Apparently you didn't. So now, it does look, hold it. We want total separation. We don't want you call us no more. We don't want you call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, me and everything, all this stuff, right? So now we got to protect your money and everything too. No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they're going to tell all the people, all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. It'd be one way or the other. There could be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You said one or the other. So all the black folks are here, and no integration, that kind of stuff. Right? Was it one or the other? So they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they just said, we want to take that money because we don't know what y'all doing over here. You have your own money, you have for your own wealth. So they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money. Right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? They transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. Which is not printing money. You understand what that means? It's inflation. Because if you got $1 million of gold, $1 million ounces of gold, say $1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got $1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got $1 million ounce, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? You got $1 million ounces of gold, and you got $1 million certificates. Each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. But if you take and print, say you got $1 million ounces of gold, and you got $1 million certificates. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now. You got to connect that to the gold. When you print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they work because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. See, so the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, then less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold. That's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's printing money without increasing your wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to $100 is worth a penny. See, that doesn't affect their people. They try to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. Still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You get $1 million, now $1 million worth of $5. That's what it's worth. $1. Hardly worth anything. Otherwise, that's our money. You gotta have your money, you gotta throw your wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they would do that? You've been a gospel lately? You see what happened to the trees they made, the so-called natives kept telling you to fall town because they kept making trees where then they broke the trees. They took their land and genocided everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. People still got gold, and even if they take it, hold on, the money hopefully increase again, they use another certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. The $1 million you had, you was unhappy with now, it's probably worth $1 million. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's crap because everything is selling and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have to communications, you don't have to do any of this stuff. You're an engineer, but how should I know anything? Because it's our company. Right? He didn't know how to prepare you. He told you to get 6 days. He told you, this many, right? Now, you're broke. The economy's gone. No food, no electricity, no power, anything. It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. That you saw at your inheritance for that. And then you close the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We saw we want to come in. No. As you chose, you stay there. Close the border so you can't get back in here. You get back into what you call your land now. Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe you call it Farrakhan. Farrakhan. You got the Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else. Your money's worthless. Oh, God, I come back, Master. I come back, work for you. I work for Popeyes. I do anything. No. Either they were in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America any places, just in that land and those that you 6 days. And then you're starving, you ain't got no money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. And then you see Master on the phone, talking to the guy you get paid to help you. Hey, we finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. So you see on the phone, yeah, it worked. We sold them reparations, we put them out, said used car. You turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See? They could have had a BMW, they could have had a Lamborghini, they sold it for BMW. Good, damn thing didn't work. Now, it's starving. Living in tents. Praying. So what? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did, but they gave us everything we asked for. What are we gonna do, Farrakhan? What are we gonna do? Pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, get a big picture. Leaving, the black stand on the shore, the one stay behind, and that was whooping their ass. But they thought you think they would give you some land to take care of you? You think they would do that? They go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million, you know what it was? It was 17 million, that would be 17 million times, 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that. What are they going to do that for you? They want to get rid of you. So now they have to see it. Because they close the border, and what you going to do? When you want to fight to come out? They close the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. Who's out of here, and those groups that's here, they're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave what they wanted. Or anything. God honors contracts. Remember he honored the contract with Jacob. He sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob. It was Esau's inheritance. And God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. America ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. It's all man you was promised, you never rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So they gave you reparations today or tomorrow. How would that scenario not play out like that? What they say, okay, we got it, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. There'll be so much they can say, okay, we're going to take care of them. And I say, why did they take care of you when he was right here? He was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here with they, because you know they're trying to get rid of stuff right now. Trump's trying to get all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening in America. Wow. Of course, coming there. It's a disaster over there. You know, I just got a call. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Thailand or something. I forgot what it's something called right there. That 16? They begging us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them? Bring them? Oh no! And he been asked his master for Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We can go there and get them. I agree with that. Yeah, the master said he's called him and he passed the word to Master Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You chose, you made your choice. Live with it. But die whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe it. They actually sent a message over. Well, they didn't have any communication, but somehow they got the information over to him. Said, would you please come and get him? Nope. No, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reparations, you got your money, you got Farrakhan's your leader. Yeah, talk to them, let them straighten out for you. You want to sell you the idea, you just sell them. So you want to get reparations, we told you. Suleiman, he was a message to you, telling you, look man, let's go home. You said no, you chose not to. Okay, well, since that's a side story, guess that's it. Is that it? Well, they're not getting more reports. Okay, he says that was Matthew Brock Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So that's it, brothers and sisters. We got those ballots that came in. All that came in today. I mean, I came in fast. After a whole year. Total collapse. They're begging it. Somebody help me. We can't do it. They're master help you. We won't do it. That's not what we do. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in. They said, well, if you won't come and get us food, we at least send some food. They begged him, please send some food. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to send a damn thing. Nothing. Zero. He said, please just send some food. Just got that in. He says, can you come and get it? Please send some food. He says, no. That's a report. I just got the information from the ambassador. He said that he's ready to meet. He says, no. He said, please send some food. He said, no. No way. You made your choice. Case closed. Just got that in, bro. It's just, that's not like him.